And we back! There's been a lot of delays, sickness in the family, like I've been sick, my daughter's been sick, it's been going back and forth a lot, and that's kind of stopped me from streaming a lot of the times that I planned on streaming. Hopefully we'll be able to finish up this game today. Alright. Okay, I got music on both sides. I got sound on both sides. Alright! So I'm going to make sure that people know that I'm live. And after that, that's when we'll start. Alright. Let me hit up my own channel real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Live. There I am, yeah! Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Share, copy link. There we go. And then Discord. Boom! Is that all? Hey, Rich, how you doing? Yeah, I was about to get started. I was just posting my link on Discord and PlayStation and etc. There we go. How you doing, man? Did I forget my... I did not. Alright, got caffeine right here. Iced coffee. Man, you're about to hear my horrible attempts at giving some of these characters a voice. Well, all of these characters a voice. Hopefully I can finish up this game today so I can start Toombi next time. Day 3 trial ladder, rise from the ashes. Let's fucking go. No, I'm using this as a semi-gimmick when I stream on PS4. To also use this as a mic right here. And a hearing in here. It's a semi-practical gimmick. Okay. Hey, Mala! Anyway. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. Oh god, I thought we were done with this blue badge shit. Alright. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness put away the cloth. To the blue badger dance! Oh, you're having issues with your PS5 control again? There's this little shit. There's Meekins. That's a knife slash. Strangle. Blood on the coat. Is this what you mean? Well, what do you have to say about that? Alright, partner. You really want to know the reason I had to open my locker? Why? So I could stuff you in there. Huh? I'm sure the world would have been a better place with you sent off to the boneyard. Unfortunately, unsolved cases can't be stored in the evidence room. Now I'm an unsolved case. As again, temporary fix, I need to go to the Bluetooth settings every single time to compare is when I turn off the controller. Something went wrong in that evidence room. That's why Marshall had to open his locker. The unexpected event itself is the reason. I'd better have another crack at this. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as the Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seemed to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Alright.
Very well, let's take another look at the security tape.
Damn, y'all dipped quick! I get that I'm rusty, but damn, y'all motherfuckers dipped immediately. Oh, man. Y'all just got the fuck out of here. Alright, whatever. Damn la. Sorry about this. All right. There we go.
Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness did so.
Or whatever. Alright. Fast forward a little bit. Let's fast forward. Here. Take that! For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
A bloody white coat?
You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker.
Not bad, partner.
Alright.
Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth?
Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now would we?
Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it.
All right. It seems the time has come. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So, the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be?
Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
There was way too much blood for such a small donation. Alright. Finally, we got to fucking interrogate this bitch. I'm gonna save so I don't have to go through that again. It's fucking banger, man. When you say it, you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident? 2 years. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day.
Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over!
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anybody says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I plan to take out the evidence.
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I hadn't made it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere.
So you did it to fool the security camera. The security camera.
And the detective's ID card?
I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that really was why Goodman started filing out... so that really was why Goodman started filling out the lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight.
What do you mean, partner?
I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't be able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall.
I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out.
You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off?
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins, certainty is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year. When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say.
So, you knocked Officer Meekins out and,
managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera.
So you did your research beforehand?
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a good difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left.
However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins.
If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing? What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
so what you're saying is, on that day,
there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
But the blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me. And I'm not dead yet, partner.
So you stole evidence from the locker?
Actually, no, I didn't.
Why not?
When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
what? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
That's not true. You're on the stand. You are legally obligated to answer. Fuck you. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer. This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in a salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why?
Hold on. I got you. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room.
Joe Dart was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence.
I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it?
I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about.
What happened?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling we'd wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I'd better take another look at the files. First off, let's save. Objection! Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident.
Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner.
I have the SL9 incident file right here. The name Marshall is named in here. In a list of murder victims, Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall?
Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got.
What? A prosecutor?
He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did.
That's right. He was killed, and the case fell into your hands.
But what's his relation to you?
He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, the deputy chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer, Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least, according to the public records.
What do you mean?
My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight.
And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions?
There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me.
Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime.
That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with his resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time, the murder at the prosecutor's office. This fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's got to be more than just that.
So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one.
Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait! A verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet to remain the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department.
It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner.
All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I rest my case.
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder. Disproving the alleged murder at the police department. At the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security cameras really was a fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty.
Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Hold it! Your Honor? Wait! Emma! The defense has an objection! A scientific objection! Right? What do you mean, right?
Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian?
Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in a shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings? Now that she mentions it, the names of both Sky Sisters were in the file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right?
No. But I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there again and I looked at it again. And so I ran over there and looked at it again. So, did you find anything? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
You're fucking useless. And I'm just an attorney.
But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me?
Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of any more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day.
Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing? Objection! This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction!
The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them?
Yes. This is strange. Take a good look at these floor... Okay, let's try again. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Well, Mr. Wright?
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use.
The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans?
as they say back west, even a blind man can hit with buckshot. That is, so long as he's facing the general direction.
It seems Mr. Wright's not sure which direction to face. It's no use! The more evidence there is, the greater chance of me being wrong.
Just calm down, Mr. Wright. Try and remember what the evidence room was like on the day of the crime.
What is it that bothers me about the blood mark? Please allow me another chance, Your Honor. I'll prove it this time.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy more time. Very well, Mr. Wright.
With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something I'm missing in the floor plans? Alright. So that's a right hand? What was it again? Was it... Fuck! Screwdriver, maybe. Wait, did I? Doesn't do with the current case. Or does it? Because why would it be there?
Take that!
That ain't good. Security tape? Or not. Fuck! The knife?
Take that!
Or not? I guess this? No? Fuck, I forgot what evidence it is! Alright. Damn, we got 6 sexy-ass motherfuckers in the chat. Hope you're having a great morning or evening, depending on your region. Morning, night, or evening, depending on your region. Good news autopsy? Damn, I forgot which evidence to place here. So it wasn't the evidence room floor plans. The glove? It's not this one. The files? The jar? I don't think it's the jar. I'm basically just like, because I don't remember, I'm pretty much brute forcing it right now. Going through all the evidence I haven't just selected already. Come on! Screwdriver. I already selected that, so fingerprint set. That did nothing. ID card record? Boo! What do you want from me? I genuinely forget what they want me to do. Luminol? Fuck you! Victim's shoe? Crane photo? Doesn't make any sense, but I'm selecting it anyway at this point. Okay. Let's turn this around. Parking lot floor plans. The cell phone? No. What the fuck is it? This? The memo? It's not the memo. Is autopsy? Alright, I guess. The Blue Badger?
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger? Oh, of course, the Blue Badger was standing in the way. I remember now. The mascot of the police force. Defender of truth. Guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well,
Well, what? Ugh!
That's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at this spot on the locker.
What?
So that means, just exactly what does that mean?
Okay, this guy needs to be fired. It means it can't be done.
What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker.
Don't look at me. I didn't put it there.
Mr. Wright, think through it scientifically.
Emma!
On that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker.
So that means this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in?
Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom.
It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice!
But how?
One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that prove when it occurred. When did the first incident occur?
To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room.
That's right. The blood mark in the locker proves this.
Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented.
Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that.
Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place?
Take that! If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would be required.
An ID card? Oh, the ID card record.
Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at... Let's see here. Oops.
Brought the evidence in at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Oh! Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy.
Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure it out. It couldn't have been me.
Nope, I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. It would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room.
Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 77777777.
Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room?
Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777777.
Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What?
Explain yourself, son.
The ID number is 777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous! Just how... I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. Finally got done with the dog, but still got stuff to do. I at least had time to pull up your stream. Thanks, dude. There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge to file against an executive is accepted,
An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates.
I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself.
Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question.
Yes?
No, not to you. To her. The defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive.
Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 777777.
Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident.
The SL9 incident?
Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence?
Do you need the witness to repeat this question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At that time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
Lana?
I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crimes with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law.
Defendant! Just what are you saying?
I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did?
Chief Prosecutor, you didn't!
I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
But Lana!
Even if it involved forging evidence.
See? That's what I'm talking about.
No.
No! Order!
Chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Sorry, I didn't catch that first part. All right, we got to a checkpoint. That's good. Yes, we are indeed nearing the end. Quite so. We're very, very fucking close. We got day 3 investigation, and then the final day of court.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. Whatever, we already did this.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about those killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you?
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
But what did you have to do? But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma?
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
What? He tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Looks like it's cleaning day again at the hotel across the way. I hear they're planning a second branch outside the city. Egad! Egad! That bellboy was staring right at me.
He looks wimpy, but you can tell there's a sharp edge under that facade. That bellboy is going to be someone someday.
Someone would say that about me. Mia's plant, Charlie. I've been taking care of him in Maya's absence. Huh? He looks a little yellow today.
Oh, I watered him just now. I mixed in a lot too.
Mixed in what?
My very own scientific additive. Well, Charlie, you like it?
I told you he's turning yellow. There's a poster of the Steel Samurai on the wall. Maya stuck it up here on the day she left. I didn't have the heart to take it down. I do sometimes get strange looks from clients, though. Difficult-looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me.
Oh, I tried studying one of those just now. Remember what they were talking about in the trial yesterday?
Oh, right, evidence law. So did you learn anything?
Well, when I tried reading, it made my head hurt.
Oh.
Then when I closed it, it slipped out of my hand and fell on my foot.
Oddly enough, I find myself identifying with her on this one. Mia's desk. I sit here even less now that I've stopped taking cases.
Uh-oh. I have a math test coming up next week. I better study. I'm borrowing this desk, okay? 1 + 1 = 2. 1 + 2 = 3. 1 + 3 = 4.
Yeah, exactly. Damn the master. That's what they're teaching in high school math. We're in serious trouble.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time in the year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant.
Run before you get the Diddy treatment. Damn!
What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
A permanent picture?
I don't remember the moment when Mr.
No.
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that.
No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana, she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes. Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, it's all my fault.
I actually fucking hate this retcon because it means that Mr. Edgeworth, Miles Edgeworth, was always clean and he was never dirty, which erases his entire fucking character arc before they constructed this case. It removes it undoes every bit of growth the character has had since the very beginning of the series. It's another reason why I hate this case. I wish this case was 100% non-canon.
If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. Isn't that the definition of edging, though? Alright. Let me present to her some shit real quick. It seems everything is somehow related to this incident.
What was it labeled again? The SL9 incident?
Yes. The name of everyone connected to this trial is listed in here. All that's left is to figure out just what role everyone plays in this case. If we search hard enough, I think we'll find our answers. What exactly did or didn't Lana do?
I'm not so sure I want to know everything. We owe our entire success in court today to this tape.
At first I thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be a goldmine of evidence.
I counted a total of 5 clues in it.
I also gave the Blue Badger some publicity. Of the negative sort, that is. This fingerprint was left on the locker when Marshall was stashing his bloody coat.
I guess that blood wasn't Mr. Goodman after all.
Nope. Just that of an overly zealous patrolman.
So there wasn't a murder at the police department at 5:15 in the end?
I wonder what's going to happen to Officer Marshall now. This jar's pretty fragile.
Looks like it's about to break apart.
What do you mean, about to? It's already broken.
I meant again.
This piece was found in Detective Goodman's evidence locker. That means
this is somehow related to that other incident.
Here, see this?
I've noticed that defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people things.
What is this? A behavioral study of lawyers? Okay. Guys, nothing to say. Whoa! You had things to say here. Okay.
Mr. Goodman didn't have this on the day of the crime, right?
Right. A few days before he was murdered, he had filed a lost item report. Although stolen item is more like it. Swiped by that lone wolf who dressed up like him.
I never would have thought Officer Marshall the type to do something like that.
It didn't come to as much of a surprise to me. This screwdriver was at Edgeworth's office, wasn't it?
Yes, he said it didn't have anything to do with the crime.
Then what are we doing carrying it around?
Hey, don't ask me! I'm not the one making the decisions around here!
If I recall, Edgeworth said Chief Gant asked him to take this to the prosecutor's office.
Mr. Edgeworth is so kind, giving us something like this.
I call bullshit, though, that if someone has evidence, they cannot tell anyone about it until they want to. Like, in the middle of a court meeting? Yeah, so you're supposed to present the evidence before so that even your opposition knows all the evidence that's being presented. So, like, everything's like, both sides are breaking the law here. Edgeworth should be presenting me with all the evidence he's gonna show for court beforehand, and I should be presenting all the evidence I have to Edgeworth beforehand. Yeah. They're both cheating.
Hey! You don't think he likes me, do you?
Are you okay, Emma?
Mr. Wright, hurry! Run! Achoo! Here, I'll wipe those fingerprints off your face.
Might as well wipe my dignity away while you're at it. There's only one number left to check out.
There's only one number left to check out.
That's right. We now know the other numbers aren't related to the murder. 77777777. An executive officer.
7777777777777777.
I believe that's one too many 7. 1 7 too many. We can't find out whose number this is unless we have some incriminating evidence. That's going to be hard to dig up by tomorrow.
This stuff is pretty expensive.
You don't say. How much? Execute order 66-6. No, you see, that's 1 6 too many.
I'd say about $10 per gram. I save up my allowance to buy it.
Your allowance? Does your sister give you that?
Yes. We don't have parents.
Right.
Sometimes she even gives me a bottle instead of my allowance.
Dang it, I fat-fingered it. No. It worked with the running gag right now about that card number. Everyone keeps saying 1 7 too many. You said 1 6 too many. It worked with the accidental joke worked. A bottle of luminol testing fluid? Man, I just take the allowance myself. Why would this have been in the car exhaust pipe?
It's evidence from an old case, right?
Right, the SL9 incident. It was solved, apparently. This knife was stolen on the day of the evidence transferal. Maybe I should look into this SL9 incident. There was something strange about this shoe, wasn't there? Let's see, what was it?
Traces of blood on its sole. There wasn't any blood found at the prosecutor's office underground parking lot.
But we did find blood on the floor somewhere, didn't we? Where was that again?
In the evidence room at the police department. Now stop using me as your memo pad!
What the fuck am I supposed to use you for then?
This photograph! Miss Starr must have been seeing things!
And photographing things? This proves Miss Sky was there at the scene of the crime. She's connected to this crime somehow. But how? According to Miss Starr's testimony, your sister used her phone right after the murder to call you, right?
But she hung up right away. And it was a bad connection. I couldn't hear anything.
It was an underground parking lot, I suppose.
She did say something about a muffler. But like I said, she hung up right away.
Here, see this?
Ah! I noticed that defense attorneys have a tendency to want to show people the...
Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. She's got nothing. She's got nothing. She's got nothing.
So, Mr. Edgeworth's knife was the murder weapon?
Right. Or so the witness, Miss Starr, claims. She saw your sister stab Mr. Goodman with his knife.
Ugh. You know, all of this is that Angel Star's fault.
She's not the one on trial here.
Well, no, but she must have seen it wrong.
Her eyesight isn't on trial here either.
I bet you'd be pretty happy with a King of Attorneys shield too, huh?
We defense attorneys are scattered, unorganized. No, we defense attorneys are a scattered, unrecognized bunch.
Still, I wonder why the trophy shield is broken. It is pretty odd, huh?
It is pretty odd, huh? I doubt it has anything to do with this case, though. You do, huh? And then... Alright. Permanent picture. What did you see in the instant that the crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
The old Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. You've been through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. You must have been 14. That's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office.
But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her.
Lana!
Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty.
Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana. Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
Have a right to know, Mr. Wright? We need more ESP powers? Yeah, I know, right? No clues here. Smile for the camera. Guard monitors visitor's room. He seems frozen in place, cowering under this room's oppressive atmosphere. Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved. She really means it.
Lana!
Alright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today. Not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. My favorite detective game. By detective game, do you mean like a whodunit, or like you literally play as a detective? I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be.
That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana.
Yes, you figure out a murder, have to find someone almost impossible to... That's tough. Pretty much the entire series of Ace Attorney is very high up there, barring this case. This case is like the one exception. Anything else? There's definitely more. Ripper. Ripper is a good one. It's an FMV game, and it stars Christopher Walken. Or not stars, but it has Christopher Walken in it. Anything else? Let me think. There's also the shape-shifting detective I played, which is fun. Like, it's not a great game, but it's funny. Same for the infectious madness of Dr. Decker. Both of those games too will randomly select who the culprit is among like multiple choices when you start a new game, which I like, so that there'll be like minor differences between the characters and what they say to give you like to kind of give you a clue of what direction the pendulum is swinging this playthrough, which is cool. I do really like whodunit games, but I feel there aren't nearly as many as there should be. There are some good Agatha Christie games, and there are some good Sherlock Holmes games too. But I think my favorite would probably be one of the Ace Attorney games, but it's hard to think which one. It would have to be between this one, the second Ace Attorney game, and the first Miles Edgeworth spin-off game, and the first prequel game, The Great Ace Attorney, which takes place during like Victorian London. It'd be between somewhere there probably for favorite. Like, Ace Attorney hits really hard for the whodunit shit. Unfortunately, the majority of the Ace Attorney fan base fucking loves this case, but for me, this is the low point of the series. That's just a me thing, I guess.
I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth.
It couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said? About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife? Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve you, just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago.
She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked on the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be.
They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to
gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command?
That means the investigation led was Damon Gant.
Second in command?
That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations.
They even had the same office?
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. When he tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark.
You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself.
That's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies?
Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. You want to play Yu-Gi-Oh? You got to go through the deputy? What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely.
I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark?
Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. that case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Okay, let's first go here. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking into exactly what happened down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. That must be where the detectives are.
Okay. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
Got to find all the answers by tomorrow. All right. Let's go and visit Edgepoo.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? Took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago, I guess we'll just...
No. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Okay, there we go. Alright. Then it's time to... Police department.
Howdy, Bambina.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. Que sera, sera. You never wear life'll... You never...
Fuck! How'd I flub it that bad?
Que sera, sera. You never know where life'll lead you, eh, Bamila? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus.
Say, where are you headed?
Say, where are you headed? Sorry.
Just over the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Miss Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today.
Nothing to say about it. What about this? Yeah, he doesn't want to talk to me about any evidence. Okay. So we'll just do this.
Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean by fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence found. For example, the murder weapon.
The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade with the broken tip?
That was Joe Dark's, all right. But In the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
What does that mean?
It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility has been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that SL9 incident. The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
Such an awkward sentence. Such an awkward sentence.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was she?
No.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the
King of Prosecutors.
I knew it!
What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place. That wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal.
Interesting.
It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years had gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die.
Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty.
There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room.
What about Detective Goodman?
If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
They?
Who are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gantz and Lana Skye. The investigation lead, Damon Gantz, and his second-in-command, Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office.
No. What the fuck? Oh yeah. After the case ended, Lana was transferred to the prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah. Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
on a secret. It all started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
The blue
badger is still writhing around today.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing about like crazy since the other day.
Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel like he's going to do something naughty.
Okay. Wait. Look, that patrolman's saluting the other guy. He must be a detective.
So I cuffed the lout, right? Then you know what he says? What are you, a moron? I'm an undercover agent. Oh man, I hate it when that happens.
I guess he wasn't saluting. He was just listening to how his friend messed up.
They make a good pair. Okay, this is not new dialogue. Let's move. Criminal affairs. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room.
Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. I forget what voice I had for the police chief. Or that guy. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do.
With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention her statement to the media in tomorrow's trial, there's more chaos going about than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
I think festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Thanks!
Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
waiting for? Let's head to Chief's office.
All right. That man must be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter.
What? Dark case may have been fabricated? That's what I thought all along. I just never bothered to tell anyone.
Now there's a guy who cares about his work. So this is the police mascot, is it?
The Blue Badger, a future star of the police force.
The design's a little changed from the one outside.
Oh, well, the Dancing Blue Badger TM is still under development, you see.
You have it trademarked?
Absolutely. It's cutting-edge stuff, very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears.
Don't show her the moving mock-up outside then. You'll give her nightmares. Okay. This guy, I love this guy. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself.
That's it. The villain used a time machine. Very clever indeed. That would explain the alibi. The future might not be so far away after all.
He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Absolutely nothing. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. All right. Chief's office. Yeah. Whoa! Nah, I'm kidding. Whoa! Where am I?
In the chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it says on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until I tried this morning.
Yeah. Oh yes, the classic 50K organ in a chief's office. Classic. Yeah, right.
I never could remember where C was.
Oh, it's you two!
Chief Gantz? He put the paper he was reading in his desk.
So, Wrighto, have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies!
Right!
See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it, though.
Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention.
Yeah, Blue Mary? Yeah, but Blue Mary honestly just looks like Android 18.
I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh. But this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
It seems that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
You President Fuck Bucket? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Come on, Gumshoe. Yes.
Hey, pal.
Detective Gumshoe! Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting?
I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have either one of you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No, why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago.
Still imagine hearing a squish, 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 squish when the detective comes in.
Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes!
Him and his gummy shoes? I mean, it's better than having gummy shoes. It's better than gummy shoes, I suppose.
Let me share a little advice with you as a detective. If you don't have a clue, keep your trap shut.
I'll, keep that in mind.
Sheesh.
By the way, his name is Dick. I've been studying up on those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. To think people are accusing him of injustice?
I, for one, ain't buying it.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose.
But Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged the evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Nothing. Whoa, hold up.
can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me.
Again, this right here, this line, is incompatible with all of the lore they do later. Like, this entire case is just contradictory to the rest of the series. Miles Shorts and his controller is busted. He spilled water on it. Damn!
When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles.
Note to self. Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? About that jar. I think I've seen it somewhere before.
Somewhere?
Or maybe it's just one of those memories people have from previous lives.
This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in Chief Gant's office. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant?
Where could I have seen that before? No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker.
Hey, wasn't your locker the one with blood on it, Detective?
A handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand, without any fingerprints.
Shh! If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, will you?
If that happens, I think you'll do better pleading with Edgeworth.
Let me share a little advice with you as a detective.
He's got nothing. Nothing.
Oh, a lost item report, huh?
Very impressive, Detective. You know what it was right off the bat.
Well, I am a master of misplacement, you know.
Master? That is such a cool ring to it.
The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost.
Hey, Eddie, how you doing?
There's a higher power at work here.
Wow, a higher power.
Maybe I shouldn't let Emma hold any evidence. How you doing, Eddie? I'm, hopefully ending this game today. Can't complain. Okay, he's got nothing. Oh, yeah, let me do that.
Hey, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth gave it to us.
He did what? All I have is some flour.
Are you okay, Detective?
Quick, run! Achoo! If it's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint.
Why am I not comforted?
That's the ID card record, isn't it?
Watched Atlantis Lost Empire? What you think? Yes. There's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m. Ayo! The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. Nice!
77777777777.
That's 17 too many, Detective. Executive officer. I just might have a hunch.
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow! Is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height?
Base height? Hey, let me see that. Looming tall, new and improved growth formula.
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face.
About this.
Hey, is that...
There's a tag attached to it that label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker.
On the day a Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And it was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
Let me share a little.
Yeah, he's got nothing.
That's that photo that Miss Starr took.
Anything you can tell us about it?
That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened.
16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened.
I wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. He's got nothing. This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers these days. Nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
I have to admit, he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m.
Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car. Stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Well, wait, I mean, sure, of course someone else really did it. Someone who must have a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Happy Valentine's Day? Yeah, happy Valentine's, everyone. I forgot. It was Valentine's Day.
Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutor Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day.
Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself.
Ah, congratulations.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later.
Apparently he's forgotten.
His ID card belongs to the victim, Detective Bruce Goodman. You can do just about anything these days with a card and a secret number. Scary.
It's only scary because you keep dropping your card, Detective Gumshoe.
I forget my secret number a lot too. I'm scared of myself. But I'm me after all. And what could be wrong with that?
I think I'll stay out of this conversation. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies.
Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work!
Yes, sir!
Let's go out for lunch again sometime! My treat!
Yes, sir!
Gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir!
It seems like you don't have... Seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing.
He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Me?
Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left. The most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay?
His powers of recollection never fail to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon? It might jog his memory.
Had to sneeze and it went away.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman.
A businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident?
An accident, yes. But it transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
He killed the man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed the lady who witnessed that one. And a kid walked by, so then he killed them too. And then while he was burying that, a jogger came up on the scene, was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed.
The last witness? AKA Elmer. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look to notice that.
Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body.
Yeah, I hope so too.
It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty conclusive.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gans.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with a breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned.
Oh.
Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died.
One second. Alright, there we go. I just had a lot of slime in my throat I had to get rid of. That is all.
Oh!
So in other words, gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Neil saw autopsy report. Stabbed in the back, died from a punctured heart and lung. A knife tip was in the wound. Date and time of death, February 19th, between 7 p.m. and 7:30 p.m. Single stab wound piercing heart lung. Assessment died from blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found in wound was missing tip. This one. Alright, that did not do anything. What do you need? Rubber glove? This again?
Where could I have seen that before?
And then... It's right there! It's right there! I got it! Objection! No.
Hey, that's it!
Does that do anything for me? No. Why? Alright, you know what? I'll be back. Fine. Here, see this? Okay. She got nothing. She got nothing. Okay. Good to know. Still nothing. Oh, shit! I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet.
is. It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Wright, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case.
Mr. Wright! Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very stylish manner.
Whose side are you on anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction from him. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall had just started making a name for himself. Prosecutor Marshall had just made a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding? It's a little different than yours.
Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth,
I take pride in my work. So tell me why? Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
but Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this.
What do you mean?
The list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taking around that time.
That picture. Something seemed strange about it. Fuck! There we go. Down on the D-pad, didn't want to respond. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The Detective Goodman was murdered? The day that Detective Goodman was murdered? I can do a better read than that. The day that Detective Goodman was murdered? There we go. You were participating in a ceremony at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah! Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't
he? Yes. It was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story?
Me?
Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute!
Objection! Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize...
Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant? Now let's look at an update here. 24. Just looking through these assholes over here. Okay, there's a quick update in case something changed. I wasn't sure, so I just did that really, really quickly. Wait, hold on, examine. I wonder he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's take a look.
Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Let's just distract him. Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey! Edgeworth! Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no! He's falling to the ground! Hold on. Let me see what this girl's doing, crawling around my feet. He didn't even look.
What? Letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, Letter of Resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside of me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Alright. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently, I was so caught up in the smoke, I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth! The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you're only doing your job.
I've always made my own decisions about what I can and cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Uh-oh, I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. Alright, bye! Excuse me? Would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? Miss Starr! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? That instant Lana stabbed that the instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Starr's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Okay, I'm gonna take a very short break and then be back. In the meantime, here's Detective Edgeworth's ass. To symbolize that I'll be right back. I'm only gonna have like a bathroom break and do like 2 or 3 hits on my vape, and then I'll be back inside and continue streaming. Clear my throat, that kind of shit. I won't be long, and I will be bringing my phone, so I will be in chat on my phone. Where the fuck? Did I put my vape in here for some reason? I did not. Okay. Good, because that would have made no sense. 2 more seconds. I saw my wife in the driveway, so I'm just gonna tell her that I'm still streaming. That is all. Alright, here I'm back. roll. Welcome in, Tannis. Welcome back. Hopefully we can knock this case out of the park so we can move on to Toomba after this. And I will be streaming other Ace Attorney games in the future. But I don't often do multiple games in a row from the same series, so that let me move that Miles Edgeworth cake out of the way, since BRB is over. I don't often stream games from the same series in a row, because that way people in my audience that don't care about a particular series don't have to wait too long until something interesting comes along. Yeah, see? Yeah, it's just So, as a gimmick, I'm wearing a PlayStation VR headset when I stream on my PS4. So I'm using this as a mic. So it was on the floor during BRB, so that was the thing. Yes! That's the next game, Tannis! That's the next game! It's coming! I just gotta finish up this game. Alright? Don't worry, I want to play it too. It's my favorite game of all time. Alright? Alright. Let's talk to... Wait, hold up. First, we got new evidence. Alright, nothing. Oh wait, I didn't... Wrong evidence. First off, wrong evidence. I don't have anything else to tell you.
Miss Star.
The only thing I can give you now is a poppy seed rice set. Talk about cheap! Eat this and maybe you'll be able to tell black from white in court tomorrow. Alright. Speaking of my favorite game of all time, mine is Dragalia Lost. May it rest in peace. I've never heard of that. What is it? What genre is it? And what company made it, in case you're wondering, in case you know. I'm curious, I haven't heard of it. And is it like a modern game or like an older one? Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean, because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye.
My sister?
The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. But of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana...
Lana and Chief Gant.
Alright, let me look at the comments real quick. It only took you about a year and you finally finished this game. Nah, it hasn't been that long. I am in the next year, yes, but the thing, like, I was planning to finish this in December, but then my daughter got sick, and then I got sick, and then my daughter got sick again, and I got sick again. That's what it's like to have kids in kindergarten, I guess. So yeah, that kind of put shit off for a while. It was mostly that kind of thing. It's a mobile gacha JRPG that's published by Nintendo, easy to learn, hard to master, and it's so much heart and soul and love put into it. I played some games like that. I'm normally not that much about gacha games, but I played a few that were genuinely really good. A Sockless? What a blast from the past with that name. Speaking of the Majin clan, how is everyone? Pretty good. Pretty good. Damn, Tannis. So you know the reference with Isala's name. What is the reference? I'm curious. After case closed. Okay. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. You're good? Good shit.
don't have proof anything illegal was done.
I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. And also, how are you doing today, Brad? Hope you're having a great day. This is currently me and Emma Skye, or Phoenix Wright and Emma Skye, are currently having a conversation with Angel Star, aka the Cough Up Queen, regarding the SL9 incident.
Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Isalis Kalisbal is a character name I came up with. Didn't intend to reference anything with that name, though. Got it. Was your favorite character Isalis? Oh. Hey! We got the Speed King in here. Nothing quite as simple as it appears.
Huh?
Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Cassandra? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation, with Lana second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? Hey guys, I think Magneto has another alter ego. Like another one. By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it as she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall?
Hey, you got Suki! Hell yeah! Is that your first gold card? When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
Miss Starr!
That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Alright. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Hey! Iroh? Oh. I thought you got the character at first. Yeah, because Iroh as a character is Rainbow.
Chief!
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. Oh, fuck. It's called... Good enough though. I got Dragon's Flames. It does as much damage and as much health, so my biggest combo. So there's a Nickelodeon trading card game on phone or mobile, and that trading card game has 3 factions. It's got Avatar: Last Airbender, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and SpongeBob SquarePants. And the Master started playing that today. Fuck. The Master, what's it called again? My stupid app doesn't have it displayed anywhere. Nickelodeon Card Clash, that's it, yeah. Sega beat 'em up that you made me play? Oh! Yeah! The Sega beat 'em up. Yeah. That was fun. Street Fighter Duel? Yeah. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Alright. Thank you! Police Department. Criminal Affairs. Alright! Alright, Mr. Cumshoe!
Oh, you're back!
You're still here?
I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ!
You stopped with Street Fighter Duel? Played games like that before? Been there, done that? Yeah, I stopped, but I might go back to it. Like, I didn't delete it or anything. I'll figure it out.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ!
Could you imagine DJ Cumshoe?
DJ Gumshoe in the house! Dick Gumshoe! Dick Gumshoe! I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line.
Add more squishes and it's perfect. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we can do to make that detective change his mind.
Yes, there is. Master, I love my team plus the crossovers with DMC, TMNT. And Dante, almost a full power turtle squad. Damn.
What's this crumbled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious!
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far!
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him.
Detective!
That's it. I've made up my mind. Here, take my ID card.
We can't do that if someone found out.
They wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake!
All right, detective. Thank you.
Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he?
Whatever you do, just don't say that to his face.
Look, his eyes are half shut.
Yeah, and his mouth is half open.
Hey, each of his shirt buttons is off a notch.
And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. He's got such a tiny fucking head compared to the rest of his body. Okay. Let's finally go where we needed to go. Boom. I'm also gonna save just in case something would happen, like power going out or some shit. There we go.
Here goes Mr. Wright. Here goes Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now,
Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah!
sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to.
If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Bruh!
Hey, don't do that to my card!
Yeah, that was a dick move, Phoenix.
I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
Aww. Happy Valentine's Day. Happy Valentine's Day, it says. Honey! Were you gonna do something with those? Oh. Oh, okay. Where do I put these? I love this mug.
You really don't want to get fired, do you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out.
I've got a bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. On that day, 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in... No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who was in there each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah... No, there's no way! Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on! Not so fast, buddy!
Huh? What is it?
When someone tells you, don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal! You don't just let it go like that!
Sorry! This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet.
There you go, ignoring me again.
Sorry, Gumshoe. Squish, squish, squish. There comes Gumshoe. Squish, squish, squish. Squish, squish, squish. It's a Gumshoe. Squish, squish, squish. Squish, squish, squish.
Look at that giant window! Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside!
This is the 15th floor.
I know! I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that!
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park! This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? This was Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. Right where the stuff legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime?
The Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally, we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department.
That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office and makes them listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears.
So an instrument of punishment. Literally.
But aren't the chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point.
Wow! Look at the size of Chief Gant's desk!
Speaking of that, when we were here earlier...
Oh, it's you two!
Chief Gant! He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name!
Huh? SL9 incident. I wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say? Bye, honey. Love you.
I said, I wonder what...
No. About evidence lists. Normally, they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-sized list of evidence. The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case!
It would appear so.
That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here...
Yeah. Looks like the right side of the form's been torn off.
So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing.
Something else is bugging me more than that. It's bugging me more than that.
Yeah.
Take a look at the back of the form, pal.
The back? I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some sort of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
I can't make it out. I'd better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I'd better not forget about this picture. All right. Examine more, of course. Fuck!
Wow! Look at the size of Chief Gant's desk!
We found this inside the drawer. A list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here? We'd better look a little more into this list.
You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that suit of armor there...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for this window.
Really? Why didn't he?
They say he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh.
Stained glass or not, it's a huge window. This is the real deal, isn't it? The armor and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations.
First a pipe organ, now this organ? First a pipe organ, now this armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not buying 1 cent of my I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh! Be careful of what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak!
I don't think he'd fit in there.
Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out! You guys don't know how scary that guy can be!
Alright, and then the safe. This is a safe, isn't it?
Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue.
Okay. If you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. I have a hunch.
Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's...
I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Bruh! Bingo! Bingo!
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was that, pal?
7777777. the final ID card number on that record.
What?
The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day.
You mean 777777777? That ID number?
I think you're 1-7 shy this time. Oh, okay, you said 6 times. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's
A shard from a broken cup.
This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
There's something else in here too.
What's this? Looks like a piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh, well, it's just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe?
Apparently so. It's empty now.
A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup.
They look like pieces of evidence.
Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I just can't let you take you with them. Let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here.
Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Okay. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar?
I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days.
It's kind of early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence for that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it.
Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found?
You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. That was in the safe.
Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits.
Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this.
Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
You're the most beautiful hairy Goldie locks I ever seen. I mean, I guess it's more of a, I don't know, milk chocolate hair? Nut, maybe? I don't know. I'm doing good. Hopefully I'll be finishing this game. I'm very close to the end.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Oh, right. Oh, I have to rotate this bitch. Ta-da! There! Fits like a charm. That, of course, means... Bless your hair. Thank you. Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But...
Hey guys, get a load of this!
what is it?
This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
There's a reddish line on it.
Reddish line? That's blood.
I don't get it.
You haven't seen this game before? It's Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. I've been streaming it the last many streams. The last 15 streams? 16 streams? I'll double check after this stream is over if the number is correct. It's 15 or 16.
Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
The Ace Attorney trilogy is on PlayStation Plus. You can actually try this out for free. It's like a mystery whodidit kind of game. It's really fucking funny. It's got the first 3 games of the Ace Attorney series in there. This is the end of the first one.
Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a there's a dark red stain there.
Looks like blood. This piece the chief has is different though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. Well, this one's a line. That is odd. Looks interesting. Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, this is old dialogue. Yeah, I think if you give it a chance, you'd be able to like. I think you might like it. It's good. They're good games to stream as well. Honestly, good streaming games because you're not doing a repetitive nature. You're actually going through a story, and you can stop anytime a box of text shows up and put down your controller, read something, blah blah blah, on the chat, then go back to the game. Like, right now I'm in the investigation phase. After that, I'm gonna go into court and prove my client innocent and prove another person guilty. Yeah, it's got really good music too.
That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when he first came in here?
Yeah, looks like the right side of the forum's been torn off. Oh yeah. We just went through this. What if I did this? No, this is not new. This is old. Okay, let me see here.
If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information.
Iron Man dies in the finale. Oh shit! How you doing? Help me. Hope you're having a good time.
So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, detective. We want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Doing fine? Lonely Valentine's Day? Nah. Yeah. I'm having a lonely one too, despite being married. My wife is sleeping over at her parents' with my daughter all day. We both forgot it was Valentine's Day. But this gives me the chance to have a long stream, and also a good chance to like do shit around the house, basically.
Got to stay positive.
Man, she's about to slap the shit out of him. So I gotta... This maybe? No. I gotta figure out... what allows me... This?
I feel a lot better now that this jar is complete.
But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Isn't that what safes are for anyway?
I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this. Yes. Yes, it will. What was the thing I had to present to him to get the final piece of evidence? I forget.
This mark looks like some kind of flower.
Word is, it's designed after the insignia on the prosecutor's badge.
Prosecutor's badge?
Yeah, like the one hanging from your collar.
What? They have badges too?
The design's supposed to portray the severity of the punishment system.
Now that you mention it, it does look all pointy and kind of painful.
But Mr. Edgeworth never wears a badge.
That's because he's a sharp dresser. A badge like that wouldn't go too well with his outfit.
So sharp dressers don't need to wear badges?
I guess everyone just kind of lets it slide.
I don't see how that's supposed to signify severe punishment. What am I missing here? Or is it only presenting evidence that's left? Thank you. Took a much. Thank you. Alright, so I have to... Alright, Dick. His name is Dick Gumshoe, so... Alright, Dick, what do I need to show you? This one? That's not new. I need new dialogue from this ass. Wait, maybe the other knife. That one. Yeah, this is not new. Oh, fuck! Of course! Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to take a look at this.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Dust some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
All right, go to town, sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand? Why are you sticking out your hand like that?
Go ahead, take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor?
Yeah, he was totally kidding.
Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away.
What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told 1,000,000 times. All right, let's get this over with. Okay. Let's go with the pinky. Start with the pinky. First, let's dust. Make it really thick. Let's lay it on thick here. Just blow it away. I give it my best shot.
That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print.
Okay, let's try a different finger then.
All right. Let's go with the thumb. Thumb. Da 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 da. Yeah, they're saying the exact same thing. All right, ring finger. Let's do the ring finger. There we go. Same, not a full print. Index. Index finger. Aha! No, maybe not. All right. I guess we're checking out the bird is the word bird is the word bird is the word bird is the word. Has anybody here dusted the bird? Because everybody knows that the bird is the word. Close, but no. 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 Ah. No. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match! Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst. Hey, you. Over here. What's going on here? What are the... What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. You love this clueless child? Let's be honest. Gumshoe is much more clueless than anybody else in the series. No, wait, I take that back. The judge. How you doing, not myself? Hoping you're having at least a minimum a decent day. Hope you're doing good. It was Emma, but Gumshoe works too. Yeah. That's good, that's good.
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Yeesh.
Well, was I any help?
Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Eek!
Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir! Now, get out! Yes, sir!
We'll be on our way too then.
Wait, you, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Mr. Wright!
Look, pal. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no! You just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it!
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try and smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal!
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come over for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committing to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I've finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. No, I meant to do this. Showing evidence isn't going to do me any good now. I've got to get Lana to tell me everything she's hiding. Mr. Wright, you're evolving by leaps and bounds. I'm starting to see the hunger in your eyes. I need to, actually examine this. A clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information to myself. Oh, one more thing. Okay, that did nothing. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person's name?
Take that!
Take that! Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I think she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Damon Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day.
I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident? Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife? That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close Dark's case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it in Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what had happened and ask her to hide the knife. Tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator from the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. Your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana,
You've earned my respect. You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. Oh, thank fuck! We're finally at the end. Final court case day. We're back in court, baby. This is the defendant lobby, alright? But there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It seems almost as if... something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of this 777777777 ID number, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Skye will be found guilty.
but she didn't do it!
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
It's the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
The truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright.
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
Alright, I will have a very short bathroom break and be right back. In the meantime, here's Miles Edgeworth's cake. For anyone who wants to look at that, I guess. Ah! Or we can do it like that. Yeah, let's do it different this time. Let's do this. Ah! I'll be right back. Won't take long. It will be a shorter break than last time. my phone. I do bring my phone so I can read the chat while I'm gone and respond to whatever shit is being said. Joe? Yeah, for anyone who didn't see earlier, I've been conveniently... Okay, I pretended like it was on purpose, but it wasn't planned at all. I did pick this by coincidence, but yeah, I've always thought Joe Dark is like human Freddy Krueger in appearance. I'll put my coffee cup right here. Put this back on. Ugh. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom, we can continue. Made myself another cup of coffee.
Are you ready for Freddy?
Anyway. I'll go with the middle road and say my subconscious maybe picked that mug for today. I gotta find some shears. I gotta cut this mustache a little shorter. I hate when my lips don't properly show. It's also annoying when I kiss my wife. Anyway. Let me move Edgeworth away from here as well, because he is in fact kind of in the way. There we go.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant? Chief Gant?
Morning, folks! How's everyone doing? Hey, Archie! Been back to the pool yet?
No! I've been drowning it off as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one! Don't think I can top that!
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Oh, thanks, dude.
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
What's this all about? What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No! Lana!
Objection!
You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant...
Objection!
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its witness. Prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? To whom?
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Hold it! Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes? I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, Please remember this trial concerns... Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day.
Hold on. It's perfect that my wife brought me these. Okay, hold on. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes, she was second in command of the deputy chief. Yes, she was second in command of the then deputy chief of police, Kent. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Guy used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dreamt about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage.
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me.
What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people. That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in?
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant.
Can you tell us about that?
Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture.
A picture? Yes. I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right?
Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet, I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken?
But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it.
This picture that Emma drew, that reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence. Again. Well, anyway, let's continue. This scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
That must have been a real shock.
Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them.
Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for that SL9 incident?
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over? Turn it. Ah! What's this?
Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew!
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list.
Huh? These lists, they're different from each other.
What?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What?
Order! Order! But, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Are you all right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
Give me a second. If half the list was torn... if the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's possible. Let's see.
Is something wrong?
Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I kinda like it. I'm not gonna lie. I kinda like the Blue Badger. But yeah, he's kinda cursed. How you doing, 8 kills, 1 move, Swordmaster? I guess he was out of scrap paper.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
This is the picture I drew years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
Hold it! Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first, I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later, the memory should still have been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
I remember how lost I was doing this case, still am. I don't blame you, this case is insanely long, way too long. Longest case in the franchise, I think. And honestly, this is a really unpopular opinion amongst Ace Attorney fans, but I don't think this case is very good. It's most people's favorite I see, but I feel Emma Skye is a useless assistant in this game. She's fine when she's older. This entire case is literally just pasting the Red-White case and the Manfred von Karma case together. And you get this case. This is our Maya Fey, right? Even down to the point where like you had a recorded phone conversation between Maya and Mia. You had Lana Skye calling Emma. The entire going back to an older case, just like the DL6. How you have from the thing with Maya, you have that the culprit has an influence over the legal, everything legal, so he's untouchable. They put that in here too, just copied it from Red-White. I don't know, I feel this entire case is lazy, but it's presented in a good way in the sense where it's hard to know where it's going. It's not without upswings. There are good things about this case, but overall, I've never been a fan. And it also undermines how bad Edgeworth used to be, which pretty much destroys his entire character arc through the entirety of this game. And the second game. Because what you have to remember, this case was not created until the first 3 games were already finished and released. And then the re-release of the first game, they put this game in here. Just to like, here's Emma Skye, you will meet her in Apollo Justice. But that's just me, and people hate if I even say anything bad about this case or about Emma Skye. I do love the hell out of this series, though. I love Ace Attorney.
The flash of light was so strong that all I could see were shadows.
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
Yeah, I kind of see it. Sometimes the case felt like a chore to keep doing it. Still, I kind of like the story in this chapter and the setting. Yeah. I think for a, like, afterthought kind of case, they did a really good job with it. But I could tell immediately that this case was not meant to be in this game. I noticed on character designs, I noticed how it was written, I noticed how it just blatantly took shit from, like, 2 different cases of this game. I noticed how the character arcs didn't, like, flow well. But, yeah, it's good. It's a good mystery in the sense of figuring what's happening. That is something I will never take away from this case. But yeah, this case absolutely feels like a chore to me as well.
The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. Let me read the rest of that comment, though. And setting. I get your points, though, and I agree with them. Yeah. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. I think the idea of, like, where it all took place and such is mwah. I just wish they didn't, like, cram it in here. I wish they would have just had this case take place later. If that makes sense. What happened after the lightning flashed?
After that, I must have fainted.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No. I'm sorry.
Objection!
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What?
Hey, I'm not the bad guy here!
Anyway, this picture shows exactly what I saw in this instant. In that instant.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course! This is the exact scene!
It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives? Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not! Hey, Chris, how you doing? How you doing, Chris Harris? Good to see you. I'd better watch out, or he may find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives. So I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Objection! I kinda sorta remember, but not 100%. Oh, damn it! I didn't mean to do that! God. Alright. Okay. I remember most of this. The issue is that this case is so fucking long that I'm bound to forget something. Alright, I'm saving because if I fuck up again, it's over. There we go. Nope. Yeah, I figured. I'm dead. For fun, let's see what the bad ending is, if there is one here.
That's enough. The court sees no reason to further prolong the trial. The defense has failed to give the court sufficient reason to doubt the prosecutor's claim. The court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, guilty. The accused will surrender to the court immediately, to be held a pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date.
The judge was bought? You're clearly right? Well, no, the judge is an idiot, which is very consistent in every single game. He's a moron, which makes me question how he became judge to begin with. Anyway, I love him though. He's one of my favorite characters. He's a fucking stupid. Okay, there is absolutely no fucking. Absolutely no ending. Alright. Yeah, I know, right? Also, how old is this bitch? Like when when Phoenix's mentor had her first case, he looked exactly the same. How old is this judge? Anyway, what was it? Neil's autopsy. Objection! I hate to be the witness. I hate to be a bearer of bad news. But this picture that the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
Damn, I'm not allowed to double check the evidence. Fuck! 250 years old, maybe? Yeah, maybe he's like Master Roshi from Dragon Ball, who's over 300 years old. Maybe. Yeah, had to leave, but I'm back. Happy to see the stream still going. Yeah. I'm doing this till the end of the game. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Oh, hold on. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
Objection!
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victims suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken!
Objection!
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. Well, then that says the tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body.
The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No.
You're smacking the paper? Linda Smackdown on the paper? Yeah, the paper slaps.
Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation was corrupted? Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in the story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright?
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some kind of information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
Let me just save, since I only have like 1 hit point left, or 2, but The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
Take that!
If anything's broken here, it's you. Huh?
I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Skye hangs in the balance?
I am right, though.
That's enough. This court sees no reason to further prolong this trial. The defense has failed to give the court sufficient reason to the prosecutor's claim.
Blah, blah, blah. Guilty. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I have to present the picture of the trophy that still has the broken sword, broken knife. Or whatever. Alright.
Take that!
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture! This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah!
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife!
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order! Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be! Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh! Oh!
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died!
That's true! What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Hold it! Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Even this section is literally just taken from DL6 when Edgeworth says what he remembers in the elevator.
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
Isn't this? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it! This picture, I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right! The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. All this time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside of me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Skye?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting.
When I saw that man raise his knife,
I love the fact that absolutely no one thought it was a bad idea to leave a removable blade and an award so close to the people who have been... You're absolutely right!
rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. And he murdered them in cold blood with nothing but his hand and ripped out Marshall's spleen.
Oh, okay, maybe not that part.
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Objection!
Try impossible! The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further!
Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime!
Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination.
It's like those scenes where the villain's shadow is of a demon, but it's just a blue badger behind Joe Dark.
Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. The nightmarish blue badger definitely is the sign of true evil.
When I saw that man raise his knife,
When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark.
yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then
I panicked and rushed toward both of them.
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife.
What do you mean, you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Miss Sky was almost killed before she witnessed a murder. Miss Sky was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
what you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Just then, there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger.
Hold it!
Are you sure about this?
Of yours. See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But it was the chief of police. But it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just his year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember!
Oh, brother! Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face? With its winning smile and all?
That's right. But I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. This is pointless. That thing couldn't possibly have existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger really? Just might know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
The mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger.
Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. This part really demands you to be precise up the last pixel in a line. Yes, I fucking hate this part. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Oh, right, hold on. I think it's... Rotate the other way, you... This isn't right. I've got to make it look more like the blue badger. What do you mean? Allow me to remind the defense, its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept this claim. Got to find just the right angle. God, this song plays in my nightmares. Because of this part. Oh! No! 50 times! Please, Mr. Edgeworth! Please! Just give me some slack! No, I don't want to rotate it anymore! Judge, please! Please! No! I can see it. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more? Or horizontally?
Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it!
Got to show them the correct angle to look at this picture. Now look at this jar. Okay. First off, in the videotape, the music still keeps sounding normal, even when you rewind the tape. The music is clearly cursed.
Take that!
Ha ha ha! Second try! Well, is this a miracle or what? I'd say second try is a miracle. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be!
Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this.
Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then, please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Yeah, there's blood on it. The location, right?
Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
But the body was fine. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out.
So this is why Ilana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to be Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. The judge lied.
Sorry, Mr. Wright, I can.
No, sorry, Mr. Wait, hold on.
Sorry, Mr. Wright, I can't hear you over that paper smacking noise you're making, so I declare the defendant is guilty.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, it's the secret bad ending if you leave the animation of Phoenix smacking the paper going on for too much time. I fucking love that! It's also something I feel this series might actually do.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me?
Yes, but no? I mean, if she never ran into Marshall to begin with, anything after that would not have happened. I'm pretty sure Neil Marshall would have just stabbed Dark and it'd be over. Pop off, Mr. Wright.
Pop off, Mr. Wright!
Okay. Hold on.
Pop off, Mr. Wright! Accuse the child of manslaughter!
Or alternatively, pop off, Mr. Wright. Accuse the child of manslaughter. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So, it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What do you mean? Every time Phoenix Wright has been in the courtroom, The witness has been the murderer! What the fuck do you mean it's unprecedented? Do you also have goldfish memory? Sorry. I never understood how Dark managed to almost escape the police HQ when he was under interrogation. Didn't they cuff him to the table or something? No, because Joe Dark came to turn himself in free of will, and they didn't have any idea who it was. So they assumed it was going to be fine, but then he lost his nerve during the interrogation. He just like fucking bounced. What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can he even think it was Emma? How can he think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed... Do you have any conclusive proof... Do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Yes, you can! Just call Maya right now! Anyway, this has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist?
I've got to go back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badger from before, right?
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here. On the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. If that thing could speak, you should all run out of there. No one would kill us before it said a single word. Edward, shut up. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here drawn in blood. So what you... So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points. And the victim's message will become apparent! No!
Mr. Wright! What kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. It's a defense attorney's duty. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people! She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
was Emma Skye. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? Yeah.
All right, then we sentence Emma Skye to death! years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, were they? Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction.
But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable.
I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice.
What?
We're merely keepers of the law.
The scene where Gan just looks at you and nothing happens was the first sign that I got that he was evil. That look of, I know what you're up to. For me, it was just his design. Just immediately seeing him. A giant fucking cross like this with like an organ, church organ playing? Bruh, he might as well have evil written down. Like, that's another thing I miss. That's a weakness of this case. Gant looking the way Gant looks means it's not a mystery. You already know who killed the victim. Just look at him. Just look how he looks like. He's the most obvious fucking anime villain of all fucking time. I adore this mean Cheeto. He's such a bastard.
Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied.
What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How could he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order! 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 Order!
Damn, that tickled my throat. The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. So now people are mad at the faulty trials. Only now. Gotta love good old Japanifornia, yeah. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals! Oh! Guess I am! I'll come back later!
Wait! Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You've got a lot of nerve, pal! Making a detective run all around while on duty?
Yeah, he's a shady man, right?
And to top it off, you call me here! I've seen happier people at funerals!
I take it Lana's having you run errands again? To be fair, Mala, I still remember who your suspects were earlier on. You said, hold on. You had your suspect number 1 was Angel Star. And I believe your suspect number 2, funnily enough, was Emma Sky. These two. Which you're not far off. She's the current main suspect. But yes. But I do remember you saying that he was kind of shady too. It'd be so funny if Mike did it though.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you. This is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give you this. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. I remember thinking it was either cowboy or dart coming out from death. When I first played this. Apollo bonking you with the gift of prophecy, Malagang. I don't want to read that again. I already did it.
The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning on taking him on, you're going to need this book.
Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth!
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
What? What else is there left to do?
A whole book to explain just 2 rules? Oh my god. Yeah. All the pages are blank except for 1.
Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out. She unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more?
They need it.
You've got to be kidding me, pal!
You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. Dick Gumshoe always looked like he's heavily hyperventilating.
What?
And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. He needs to catch his breath. My man's always catching his breath. Oh yeah, I just need a tiny bathroom break. And then I'm good. I'll be right back. In the meantime, enjoy some Edgeworth cake, I guess. Or something, I don't know. He's clenching his cheeks, though, as you can see. They're not sticking out, they're going in. Oh. Read this so I can. Yeah. Be right back. let me... There we go.
Mr. Wright, is this photo of Edgeworth's cheeks the evidence that points to the contradiction?
Yes, Your Honor! And there is only one person who could have falsified evidence and keep around a picture of Miles Edgeworth's cheeks. I am, of course, aiming to Detective Dick Gumshoe! We have all seen the way this man has been oogling Mr. Edgeworth's cheeks. And is hereby why I want to put Dick Gumshoe on the stand for stalking and framing my client.
Yes, I guess we need to look into this more. Point where in the picture there is a contradiction.
Right here, Your Honor. As you can see, Mr. Edgeworth's cheeks are fully clenched, which would never happen around the accused Dick Gumshoe. The two are very tight, as many people have seen before. And it is with this I would like to accuse Dick Gumshoe as the murderer of Neil Marshall.
I concur, Mr. Wright. The Lana Sky will be sentenced innocent. Dick Gumshoe, I sentence you to life in prison with no cheeks. What are you doing, pal?
Anyway, let's actually continue. Get ready for my afternoon night program at 6 p.m. and then visit my mom's grave overnight since I don't really celebrate Valentine's Day. Yeah, man. You have a good one.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth.
Yes, Your Honor. Is this about my cheeks?
The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well,
There's no confetti if Kami goes to jail.
normally this is where the prosecution calls forward a witness. But, as you can see, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, exposed yourself to Detective Dick Gumshoe, as this picture very clearly proves.
No, alright, let's see. Struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and, they have seen you and Mr. Gumshoe coming out of the cleaning closet a bit too many times for it to be a coincidence.
Gumshoe be like, I'm going to jail? Then I'll have meals 3 times a day! Yay! Because his salary is abysmal. His salary is negative. He pays to go to work at this point, okay? At this point, Dick Gumshoe pays the police office to go to work. The judge will probably be homophobic, to be honest. Actually, there has been a case of homophilia being brought up, and the judge didn't seem to give a fuck. So at least there's that. Yeah, poor Gumshoe. It would help if he wasn't one of the worst fucking cops you've ever seen in fiction, though. Like, he's awful. He's absolutely awful. Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
A solution?
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Here's the thing, it's either Gummy or Meekins. No, it's that, well, you're right, Meekins is worse than Gumshoe, he is. So I guess Gumshoe is the second worst? And somehow he hasn't lost his job yet. The alternate timeline, if Gumshoe was intelligent, all cases solved before even going to court. Pick your poison. Yeah.
What do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. Then, defense may now call forth the next witness.
Gumshoe saved us from the mafia. He's a baby boy. Yes, that's the one thing that Gumshoe can do. Be a brick fucking wall. That man is built like a brick fucking wall. Alright? These motherfuckers see this huge ass motherfucker with his tiny head, and they're even though they have guns, they're like, fuck! The fuck is that? Our guns are useless! Yeah, I'll give... Gumshoe is amazing for doing physical things. He is awful at doing any, like, actual policeman shit that requires his brain. Or his eyes. Or his nose. Or his ears. But his muscles are very helpful. Yeah. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. The time has finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
Honestly, DLC boss time. Final boss is Manfred Karma, and I will stand by that as a hill I die on. As a defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right, bailiff, please escort. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
We definitely should have called Goodman. He definitely knows who killed him. Gumshoe, probably. Yeah, you see, Gumshoe saw Goodman speaking to Edgeworth, and he flew in he flew into a raging jealousy, like, breakdown that caused him to murder Goodman and placed him in Gant's office, and then Gant placed him in the evidence locker to make in the evidence room because he didn't want to get caught for something he didn't do. So he sent Lana Skye to pick up the body from there. So as you can see, it's true. The true murderer is actually the mastermind behind all of this, Dick Gumshoe, who was really jealous of Miles Edgeworth interacting with Goodman one time. Yes, exactly!
All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir?
Worthy, are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gaunt. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sisters murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
Like the role you played in all of this.
Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him?
He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Doc and made him run away like that. Was the defendant, Lana Skye, also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right. But Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life! Well... probably not as shocked as Neil was when the knife went into his heart, though! Am I right? The fact that he's laughing during this? That's not funny. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Doc was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes! Apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls. Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway... as you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better be off staring at the court record. Worthy, always the smooth talker. But which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow, I got to link Gant to the incident. Just doing this real quick. Alright. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example.
That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on.
This list was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office. Was found inside your safe.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation!
Chief Gant! What is the meaning? What's the meaning of this?
Oh! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy! So you admit to it then? That you were involved in the forgery? Who? Me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the ones who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
Objection!
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
I almost locked myself in the bad ending in this phase. I luckily had a second save before the fateful decision. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Audrey. In return, though...
I know. That place, right?
Huh? What are these guys? Telepathic? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. I'd appreciate it if you would stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Wright's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Red White? Did you forget about Red White? Anyway, I hate this case. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, righto? It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. If they were found after Dog was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have been suddenly materialized in the day after Doc was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be inconvenient? Right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come on now, Righto. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neo?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see? Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really, Chief Gantz? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would of course be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh!
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is a sufficient motive! Ho, ho, ho! Oh, that's a good one! Huh? You really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyway. Ah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There! It's out in the open now. Audrey, would you mind if I change my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright! It appears you positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I meant.
Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence?
Judge being judge, yeah.
Take that!
Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious given the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all of this?
He would be able to use chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait! You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive, to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you can control her! Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana! She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Unless... that is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What?
Give me a second. There we go.
Order! 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 I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious!
I know, and that is wonderful. Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in the law enforcement. This is an affront to the highest ranking office.
Damn, how can I keep flubbing this line?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible!
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There is no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question. Yeah. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. All right, then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
Take that!
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine on the owner of yesterday. 77777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean?
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 77777777. The same as the remaining ID number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of Wright regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. Yeah. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it? So you admit it? You enter the evidence room on the day of the crime?
What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? Hold on, give me a second. I just need to... There we go. I just need to get some air out of my stomach. The judge voice sucks air into my stomach. I always go to the I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Grant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, You had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of the report. Which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh!
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room.
I accompanied him?
There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room.
Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered the poor Goodman.
I, the chief of police, murdered the poor
Nani?
No, I'm kidding. Exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body!
Chief Gant, you didn't!
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
How would the chief of police have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this.
Take that!
This is how we moved Detective Goodman's body.
What's that? A screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is the screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car!
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car!
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief? Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye.
Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time is up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special.
Objection!
It's exactly the same thing as Red White was trying to do, by the way. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not the right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So we're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Werther. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor!
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Guides dispose of the body?
Do I have any concrete proof? It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure myself. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. CRG?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, RG, I'll leave the rest to you. I wanted this for fun. Man, damn, it's a long time since I saved. Whatever. I'll skip through all of it to get here.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in a nation's law enforcement agency.
What? Oh, there we go. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. Lady who knows the truth? Another witness! In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why, you're asking me, Your Honor. Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth...
Take that!
The defendant, Miss Lana Skye?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we'll reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in...
Hold on!
Huh? Chief Gant? I thought you were going to eat.
Listen, good Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief, he's something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe!
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
Nah, don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office!
My office?
Sure! I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Guns done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair. It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. Risks? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay?
Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved?
Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to. That must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey! Don't go blaming yourself now! If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal!
I love Gumshoe.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we'd better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Jesus Christ, the fact that there's another fucking section! I didn't even remember there was another section! Why is there not? Why couldn't they just done what happens now in the previous section? How long have I been streaming? 7 hours! I was at day 3. I was at the final investigation day. And the stream has been going for 7 hours. There were 2 days before that. Do you understand how fucking long this case is? This is the length of a fucking video game. Anyway. I'm gonna have a quick bathroom break. This fucking case. I'm having a short recess as well, and then we'll get to it. To shake it up a little, this time, for the break, I will present to you with Exhibit B. Miles Edgeworth's bulge. Miles Edgeworth's, bulge. Crotch bulge. There we go. Might as well bring this with me. That's the evidence, Your Honor. This clearly shows that Gumshoe is a criminal all along. The bulge, for one, proves that Dick Gumshoe and Miles Edgeworth were in a heated affair that nobody else knew about. After this was exposed, Bruce Goodman came over to talk to Edgeworth about a case he was working on. Dick Gumshoe misunderstood this, believing Bruce Goodman was also having an affair with Miles Edgeworth, which made him fly into a furious rage, which made him murder Bruce Goodman out of pure jealousy. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Guilty!
Anyway. Your Honor, that is clearly, at the very least, a half-chub.
Now then, will the defendant, Ms. Lana Skye, please take the stand?
Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth.
Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Skye were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. But think about it, Miss Skye. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail! You still don't get it, Mr. Wright. Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him.
Lana!
That's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago?
When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken Prosecutor Award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound out being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh! Oh! That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
All just to protect me.
So, when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and moved the body. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It's where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Guy moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what had happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence?
She's lying! She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened!
In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions.
Mr. Wright, my sister's lying!
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone!
I've got to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. There, okay, this is the one where I got the other option. I remember. I'm just going through the dialogue. But why did you do that? Come on now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well, let's add this to the witness testimony. The reason Miss Skye fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes. Because I hated Wrong character. Because I hated Dark for what he did. Okay, it's definitely the other one. I just wanted to go down that line of questioning. Moving the body. Dun, 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 dun. Miss Skye, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar!
Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Okay, there we go. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time.
She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You're an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you'd do that for me?
It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
To be safe, I wiped away the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation? Lana!
I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me.
Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol no matter where I go, or everywhere I go. Even I carry a pocket of emergency luminol everywhere I go.
There we go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene. Yes, I don't have any excuse for my actions.
I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figure out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Objection! Miss Guy, I believe this truth. Miss Guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you're not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Can you answer us that?
No!
All right.
Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. He can't because his brain has retired? Yeah. Question. What is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Skye became Chief. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. The reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. There we go. I didn't fuck up this time.
No! I did it on my own! Please, sis, stop trying to protect... Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief! I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake!
No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem like the type who likes...
Fuck.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right?
So do you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right. The witness may testify once more for the final time.
Actual crime scene. All right. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armor sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. It's a picture of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known.
See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. She really does have faith in you.
Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then.
No, I seem to remember getting something from her then.
Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh my! This is the actual crime scene.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had arranged everything.
Mr. Wright! That piece... that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be...
The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. Inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it?
This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth! It had fingerprints on it. Whosever prints those are must be the real murderer.
What? Those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Objection! Come now, Wedgie. Is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant!
What? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't, but someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
if I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Yes, Your Honor, I do have further evidence.
All right, the time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints have got to be the chief's.
Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that show who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Take that!
No, I can't. I can't show them that yet.
Why not? You know which item to show.
Mr. Wright, if you're not sure, then think through it again. How can you use that evidence to your advantage? What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Hold on. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie!
Chief Gant?
You opened my safe! I know you took what was inside! The conclusive evidence! I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why didn't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It seems like it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Anna. I just gotta take a piss real quick. Put it on first. Better sound, right? There we go.
So you really were her, manipulating her.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Guy.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why?
For insurance, of course. Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you're calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool?
I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood of all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Wrighto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
To admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You shouldn't have shown it. You should have shown it then, before it was too late.
It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, the victory is mine. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it'd just expose that poor girl's fingerprints. Right. Think hard over the circumstances. Circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference?
So, Edgeworth figured out my plan?
Mr. Wright, this is your only chance.
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
All right, then. Let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Hold on, what? That's new.
This is a handprint, right?
Yeah, someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whoever it was, they must have had a really oily hand.
Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically.
Huh?
A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand.
Well, that would account for this amount of oil, I guess. I don't see what's so scientific about it, though.
It happens, you know. I always slip on floors at school after they're waxed.
Right. I forget. At the expense of his defense. Alright. I know you want me to present the handprints. I just saved. I'll do this. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Ah ha! Oh yes! At last you finally brought it into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that immediately be sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. You are slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it. Wright-o had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to this must be the real murderer. And whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh! You're really something, Wright-o. You knew this girl did it all along, and you were still trying to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky?
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
Miss Sky, it's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. Ha! I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Are you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What? What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
But, Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth? What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I think it was this.
Take that!
Oh, it's fun watching you squirm, Righto.
This piece of evidence does indeed seem to contradict something. Your outward appearance of mental sanity.
What am I doing? This cloth was cut from Prosecutor Marshall's vest after he died. And something definitely not right about it. It's too late to turn back now. You're the only one who can put an end to this, right? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth!
Take that!
And what exactly is this supposed to be? What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Ah! Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time!
No,
This is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Skye, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armored sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? Then you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer! No! It's finally over. It's finally all over. Objection! Objection! Oh! That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order! Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Ajay? Earlier, old Wright over here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's the excuse, Righto?
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence.
But that's not fair.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laughs on you, son.
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Hmm? Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposely, illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal! No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then, it's that I couldn't.
What do you mean, you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Archie! Don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't really believe! There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, do so now.
This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth and nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Ah!
Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. Goes without saying that I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No! He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more.
No!
It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant! The killer was you! I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's what I sought, that accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor. I didn't realize my mistake. I was worrying so much about the floor. I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. Hold on. Ran out of battery on my controller. I got this. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How did you get all of Miss... How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well... she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodness' locker? I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left the jar fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you... You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Audrey? What? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Damon Gantz. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You're once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Wudgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright-o here, and Werther. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I hear them already. This melodious sounds go around. There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Guy, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything, all that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant's help From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Guy. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Miss Guy!
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it! I only did my job.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Guy?
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, not guilty. That is all. This court is adjourned.
At long last, it's finally over. I agree.
Emma?
Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended?
I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Blah, 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 blah.
You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me.
That's because you're useless!
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty? And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis?
I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you're only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis?
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now.
You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma. Emma. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you man? Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth!
Right, well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
I fucking hate this retcon so much! Anyway. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth!
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to the... That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
I'm just... Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
That's the picture I drew!
Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture.
That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth.
It's time for me to go.
Mr. Edgeworth!
If you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that needs wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell.
I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon.
It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation?
It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well.
Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
What? I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What? You think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding, pal.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Objection! Yeah. And that's the end. Thank fuck! I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. Hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
Yikes! I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yup, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
My new mission is to guard the main entrance, take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them no. Someday I'm gonna make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. I love this game, I just dislike this case specifically. It has good parts to it, but I don't know. Alright.
What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Miss Star managed to sneak this into me. She seems to be dating one of the guard, it seems. Well, cowboy, if you did it, you even gave Bambino back a smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water?
Yeah, I missed some of that. My bad. Angel Star's probably next, yeah. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I'd put a new meal on the menu for lunch. The top layer tasted bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller to the extreme. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Alright. Brandon Gay? That's an interesting name.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I'd better be. Huh? Oh no! I forgot my gavel! Sorry, gotta go!
It's hard to do that voice when I have to speak quickly. I definitely fucked up that voice. It felt like I was fucking up that voice.
Nothing suits the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm a fully fledged spirit medium.
Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin.
Coming! Well, see you around, Nick.
Come on, I've been going for 9 hours.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book.
Presented by Capcom. And there it is. Oh, we're finally fucking done. It only took me 9 hours for 1 day! What the fuck is this case? It took me 9 hours for 1 day! There were 4 days, 9 hours one day. 4 days. It's been fun. It's been a blast. I had fun watching you, man. And with the conversation, I have to leave now as I have a job interview. Have a nice day. Glad to be able to make it to the end of the gameplay. You're welcome. And thank you for dropping by. There will be more voices for me in the next game as well, because it's Toomba. After that, I'll be playing Doom. I will return to this series, alright? So if you're like straight up Ace Attorney fan, I mean, give me a chance for some of the other stuff too. Though Doom, I don't know how that's gonna go, but at least Toomba. If you never heard of Toomba, please drop by, even not for me, just to be exposed to that amazing game. Anyway, I want to do shout-outs. Thank you, 8 Kills 1 Move Swordmaster, for dropping by. I would also like to thank, Not Me. I'd also like to, who else was... Who's the other person that was kind of sort of new here? I'd also like to thank, of course, Malad Gaming 4K dropping by. He does a lot of fighting games on his channel. I'd also like to thank... Not Myself. I'd like to thank Not Myself for dropping by. I'd like to drop Chris Harris, taking time out of his day dropping by. Cool dude. He's got a YouTube channel as well. I'd like to, thank... Where's your name? Oh, I can't scroll up that far. Wait, I can just rewind. What an idiot. I'd also like to thank... somewhere like around here, right? I'd like to thank Rich Franklin for dropping by. He's a cool dude. That's not who I was referring to, though. It's a little bit later. I'd like to thank the Master55 for dropping by. You're my boy, you know that. I'd like to thank SpeedKing125 for dropping by. He does speed runs. He does fighting game combo video stuff. He has a secondary channel that has tool assisted speed runs on there, which is sick. I would thank Eddie Mason for dropping by. Thank you very much. Tanis, always love to see you. I'd like to thank Joe Show You. Joe Show You Official dropping by. He streams a lot as well. He streamed things like Germs of War, Rocket League, Marvel vs. Capcom collection, a lot of different variety of stuff. Who is this person? Help Me! I'd also like to thank Help Me for dropping by. Very much appreciated. So, we're finally finished. So, it's time for me to bid my adieu. Next time, Toomba, my favorite game of all time. So, I'm gonna call it. This is Majin, and I hope y'all had a sexy ass day, not an evening, depending on your region. Peace the fuck out. And if y'all don't like Toomba, I'd only like to say